and for a number of reasons. Vague intellectual ones, looming economic disaster. Like, did you know that no ships docked from China in the port of Seattle? That's bad. That's bad. Uh, and then, like, discourse this morning was particularly bad. It's there's lots of people who are like I respect as like queer theorists who sometimes theory their way through like there's sort of two discourses, right? There's the theory discourse and then there's like real world practical action discourse. And sometimes they cross, and every time they cross it's like horrible. And this morning, some like UK theoretical discourse caught some US practical discourse, and I just, as usual, the theorists are like correct as far as the theory goes, but they're missing the point of the discourse they're inserting themselves into in this particular case. It's, which reminds me also of what that discourse is about, which always makes me depressed. It's the death of due process in the U.S., and that sounds like such a liberal thing, but, like, due process is kind of an important, like, thing, right? It's how you go, hi, you're not allowed to the bad thing at people. Oh, we believe you are a criminal. Well, here is the time to show what the hell are you talking about. No. And if you don't have that, and it causes it causes like bad things, and a due process can be frustrating at times. Like the gal who invited me to like the community, who was very nice when I first showed up out east, who got murdered. Her killer went free basically on due process things, and that's horrible. And there's lots of people who are like, rah, about it. But also, I mean, every one of those rules is there for a reason, and they've all been used to protect queer folk, so I'm not saying the judge wasn't corrupt, because the judge was corrupt and transphobic. I'm not saying that, like, the jury wasn't fucked up. I'm not saying the system isn't fucked, but, like, stripping due process just makes it worse. And what we're seeing in the U.S. right now, for those who somehow don't know, is we're seeing due process exercised. We're seeing the federal government exercise ignoring due process. And they're using some old tactics that have been problems for a long time. Like, they were put forward when I was in high school, and they were stupid and bad then, and I think it is very important to note, observe, and call out. Bush used these tools. Obama used these tools. Trump 1 used these tools. Biden used these tools. These are not, like, new things. But they're being used to a broader extent and for a different sort of purpose now. And they're testing the waters. And I don't think they're testing the waters for the courts, because I think they've shown that they're willing to fucking ignore the courts. And until the courts kind of go around and start saying, okay, U.S. Marshals, your job is now to pull the U.S. president in front of the court and have him sit down right there, which they have the right to do. Like, we have laws in the U.S. giving the courts the capability to usurp executive authority for purposes of bringing executive authority to account. Right? Like, that's not something we need to pass laws for. That exists. We have a lot of these, like, just-in-case laws in the U.S. that everyone's afraid to use. because they were made to be just in case. But then, like, kind of the understanding was, if we need these, we're in bad shape, and we need those. But yeah, what the president is trying to do now is really test the view of the population, I think, and whether the population is going to go nuts outside of, like, New York and Baltimore and Denver and San Francisco and Seattle. Like, places like that he figures are not going to support him anyway, but he's looking at, like, Austin, Texas, or, like, fucking Norman, Oklahoma, and, like, hey, are you gonna riot out there if I do this? And he's starting, right, the first test passed. I hate it, but it passed. He started with people who were not U.S. citizens, who were on visas, who expressed support of Palestinian rights, which, you know, that's something that he found easy to conflate with support of Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, and therefore make that a terrorism support thing, which gives a legal right to usurp that visa and export. And, like, that's all fucked up, but the key moment there was going, hey, Palestinians aren't Hamas, and goodness gracious, if Americans were willing to make that assertion, then things would never have even gotten to the point of the genocide in Gaza. Like, that has been a false conflation at the heart of American politics since I worked for the Department of Defense, and that's been over a decade ago. Like, that was Obama administration that I was hearing that, and, like, starting to go, wait, this doesn't seem quite right. But that's ages ago. The second kind of area that he's starting to go for is, like, the gang thing. And this is the one that really makes me go, because, like, we don't really have a tradition in the U.S. of doing that. We have a tradition in the U.S. of calling people terrorists and throwing them out, which is bad, and we should not have that tradition. But hey, it's a business as usual thing. I'm kind of not expecting that people are going to react appropriately to that, as much as it pisses me off. But this, I'm just like, this isn't a thing. This is a new thing. And it's grabbing, like, citizens. But part of it's also, like, forewarned, like, the whole, well, if your parents are illegal immigrants, you're not a legal immigrant. You're not a natural-born citizen. Like, he can't do that, but no one's stopping him. And issuing a strongly worded letter from a judge's bench doesn't achieve shit. So, like, that's another step. Now, if you don't look citizen enough, if you look dangerous, then usurp. Goodbye. And I can see, like, where this is going. Everyone with half a brain can see where this is going. This is going towards the seizure of any dissident. This is going towards the seizure of any minority that isn't kind of granted honorary whiteness in, like, the Millsian sense. Mills is such a fucking contractarian, but I do like his concept of honorary whiteness. It's a useful concept in practical analysis of American politics. And, like, what that means, basically, in the Millsian sense, you have the world is split into white people and not white people. But whiteness is a category of fluidity determined by those with power. Like, basically the French and the English can be assumed to be white, and usually the, like, Swiss, Norwegian, Danish, and Germans, but also not always. Italians are white now, but have not been in the past. Irish are white now, but have not been in the past. Spanish kind of depends, etc. Like, but if you get into like this sort of thing, you're kind of like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. If it's all new to you, or if you're like not used to hearing white people talk about Polacks, then it may be, huh. And then everyone outside of that becomes non-white. But there's certain peoples that kind of white society considers worth treating as white without including into the category of white. And this is also something fluid, because none of these are real things, right? None of these are innate biological truth. They're all, decided by the whims of the powerful. Historically, Jewish peoples have been honorarily white. Lately, some Jewish peoples have become white in sort of the Italian sense, and others have not. Often seems to be less a matter of ethnicity and more a matter of position on the actions of the current Israeli government, but that's a whole can of worms. And then other groups like have honorary whiteness at different times. Like when I was a teenager, Japanese people had honorary whiteness, Chinese people had honorary whiteness. That has shifted away. Chinese people have lost the sense of honorary whiteness in the US. Indian people have acquired it. They did not have that, but also it's only like upper class Indian people, and if you're insufficiently pale skinned, it kind of becomes less obvious that you are honorary white. It's weird. And like, if you're Indian, but they think that you're Arab, you lose your honorary whiteness. It's so fucked up. And like, it's not a coherent concept, and that's kind of the point. It's not a coherent concept. It's not like a checklist. It's that like meme where they have the Family Guy thing and they hold up the little colors and it's like, these freedom fighter, those terrorist. It's that sort of vibe, but more complicated. And I hate it. Where was the point? What was the point that I was trying to get to? The point is that it makes me depressed, right? Because I don't know, I don't like watching the place that I've lived my whole life falling deeper and deeper into fascism, especially with the awareness that I can't really leave, and if this works, they're probably 1 or 2 steps away from me being the person trafficked. And I think it's important to say trafficked, because they're not just deporting people, they're deporting people into slavery. So, don't like that. Anyway, I'm depressed. It also got colder, so I'm depressed. So, Satisfactory Plus. I started this on my own, and I'm like, okay, this is absurd. I need to show the world. And I was thinking I would just build a factory and then tour it, but since I'm depressed, I'm going to spend, like, all day here. I have a 2-liter of juice. I have a bunch of taquitos. I've got half a can of Monster and, like, a crate of Monster in the other room, so I can just stand up and go. And I'm not very far into the run, so let's go ahead and just new game. We're going to new game this. Welcome to Satisfactory Plus. Since I've already ran it, I'm gonna... Should I toggle? Nah. No one watches the VODs on YouTube anyway. Okay. So this is SFP Strim. I'm going to skip the onboarding process because it's a lot of handcrafting, and this is already going to have a lot of handcrafting early on, I think. And where do I want to go? I'm kind of interested in what's in the Northern Forest. This seems like it's going to be a nightmare. Positive. I have the critters set to passive because, as you'll see, this mod has so much we have to deal with. I don't want to be dealing with critters too. And the critters will get in the way, even passive.
Hub Upgrade 6, Landing Platform Hydraulics, completed. Freighter landing initialized. Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer. Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate Project Assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
And it's going to take even more because of the mod. You'll see. I'm grabbing a lot of this because, I don't know, it doesn't fill my inventory with leaves when I skip onboarding, and I want to be able to run power. And I'm trying to think of how I want to open what I'm going to say, because we're going to do a lot. I think I should make the note that graphics settings are really freaking low, because, I don't know, higher graphics don't give me much joy, and they are mean to my computer, and my computer is nice to me. And I'm mean enough to my computer. I have my computer running Linux as a hobbyist user who turned primary system learning things, so I'm gonna be nice to my computer when I can. So what we're gonna have to do here first is we're gonna have to find our ores, and then once we have the ores, we'll build the hub nearby, and I will show you the absurdity and the silliness. The strategy I would normally do for Satisfactory at this point is beeline towards logistics, beeline towards clearing, beeline towards coal, and then fill on backwards as needed. You will see that that is not the case. I have not even finished the space elevator in this mod. It is a lot, and I think it's cool. I think it's really cool. So this is actually the start I'm the least familiar with. I'm going to grab some bacon.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it, does not mean it won't eat you.
So
store this potential resource for later use.
I'm not quite sure what lauricite is. Starite here is a alloy, is like tin and iron. Kaolinite gives copper, might give something else, but I don't have any. I haven't unlocked any way to sort out crushed kaolinite ore. That's right, we're crushing ores here. Let's go find our starite, because it's like the center of everything. Okay, and at the same time, kaolinite. I see kaolinite over near you. That means you're going to be our start spot. I want kaolinite and strinite nearby each other for start. Because we're going to need them all. Well, this is the valley. I've been in the valley before. So what does the inventory actually give me? It gives me a bunch of tin plates, whole shit ton of screws, iron rods, some sheets. Okay, it gives me not enough, but it's gonna give me some stuff I need. Okay. Get out of here.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Preserve the remains for later study.
Yeah, we have lauricite too. Nice. Where's the sturtrite? Up here, it looks like. Okay, it might all be, like, around the valley. It might actually be, like... This might actually be in the valley over there. That's kind of far. There was some right here in the valley. Your eyes starting stuff. We're gonna need more, but this is gonna be good for start. Need more is the, like, backbone of Satisfactory. I hear something pretty close. It's not right here. Okay. So your start right. More under a rock. More over there. I'm gonna get rid of you two so you aren't standing in my way later. Like... I just don't want you all in the way. Okay, here's a bunch. Okay, this is where I want to start. Pure. Ooh. I was dealing with impure earlier. This is gonna be fun. Okay. So that's where our pure is, and we can see other ores over there. I think I want my hub. There's more there. I don't want my hub immediately in the way. There's more there yet. Hub is going to come over here. I want it up out of the way. Clear the area. Prepare. We don't have foundations, so I can't foundation it. Well, surface is too uneven, but that's what I want it, where I want it. We'll unlock foundations and then we'll move it. Can I just unlock foundations right away? No, I don't need iron wire. Okay. So. Let's run through what we have real quick and what we need to do with this as our initial automation goal. So, our initial automation goal. You can see already new stuff. Iron wire, screws. We'll need a lot of all of that. So we have our standards. Space out elevator here. You can see a lot of new items we need. Not even worrying about it. Equipment workshop, crafting bench, they're normal. Everything else is new. So for mining, we have a modular miner, which is a core elemental area that has various mining heads. I haven't unlocked enough to know what's going on here, but I get the vibe that this is going to be like yeah. It's like this is mining node purity counts mining bonus not towards base extraction rate. All mining bonuses are directly applied, so this has a 2 per run mining extraction with a 200% efficiency, and all that I think is going to calculate out to just like a basic pure Mark 1 miner, but it will become more complicated later. The miner is going to generate ore. We can grab ore and we can process it by hand, but more ore has to be crushed. So we need a crusher. A crusher will create raw ore and waste product. We can then smelt the ore. The waste product becomes concrete. If the waste product clogs up, the crusher stops working. You can see already where this is going to be cool and fun, and I'm so wow. But later we'll also get a sorter, because this crusher is going to give us what we need to make kind of shitty iron. A sorter will let us take the outputs of this crusher, sort it into iron and tin, which we can then turn into very nice iron and tin. Power-wise, we have our biomass burners, wind turbines. I'm still not quite sure how this is supposed to work. I have not gotten 20 megawatts of power out of the wind turbine before. So, I haven't even gotten 10, so I don't know. I think I got like 4 out of it before. It seemed not worth it. But if we get... But it also, it's green power, and I like the idea of having green energy, so... Once we get rotors working, I might look into it more. We don't really have much in logistics, but I do want to point out, conveyor belt Mark 1 requires screws. Conveyor belt Mark 2 will require specialized components that are built just for conveyor belts. It's going to be a thing. We also need screws for a storage container. Turns out, you can't just, like, dry weld metals together. You need screws. You need screws for the turbine. We don't need screws for these other things. Yes, I know I sold things on the market. How much? How much money am I leaving on the table in 14 by not logging in right now? App, do tell me. I yearn to know. 11,000. I ain't logging in for 11,000. I don't have anything high value. I'm not going to get a lot of money, but I'm not going to log in for 11,000. I'll log in later. Okay. So yeah, we have a bit we have to do. Is what we're saying. We have a bit we have to do before we can craft things. And then when we do craft things... Now let me get some stir right here so that we can see all the bullshit. And by bullshit, I mean exciting opportunities. Did I end up deleting that when I built this? Oh. Anyway, let's see. Haha. Hand crushed! Everything. Impure ingots, iron, tin, wire, plate, rods, sheets, wires, cables, bus bars! Like, these are required for a lot of things. We will need copper early on. But perhaps the most important thing we need to do right now... I've picked up way too many leaves. Let's grind them into biomass. Probably gonna need to build biomass burners. I have not gotten very far off of the hub burners. TBQH. So, I think the first thing I'm going to do is get the miner built, so we have some crushing and some smelting going. So we just have some supply, and then focus on getting power up. That's my main goal. Like, really, until we have a good basis of power. There's a lot of handcrafting that has to go on, because you just cannot have enough machines to get everything built at once. This is how it goes. You get some basic iron going, then you get your comprehensive copper, I think, going, and then because you're going to need these to build stuff, and then you can start getting your comprehensive iron and tin working, and by that point we should have something new to do. I'm gonna have to head to the restroom soon, I think. So... don't be shocked if we have a BRB moment. There we go, that freed up like one slot. Okay. We're near to a glowy thing. Can I get a miner on you? No. Hub, we need to move you. I don't really want to have the hub down here, but I think I'm going to have to put the hub, like... There we go. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think we have plenty of room here, and you are Pier 2. Since you're down here, we'll take you as our primary miner and build our initial factory out here. We're gonna have to clear this whole thing and build a big building, but I like doing that. There's a water intake. I'm not sure what that's used for yet. But look at how big and sexy that miner is. Look at it. Look at her. Oh my gosh. And then you can climb up here. So you can get around to maintenance all the parts. This is a well-made model. And then here. Ah! Nope, I fell. That's where the drill bit goes. If I don't fall off. Come on, up here. Look at you. 30 per minute out of each of these. Something doesn't quite seem right. Well. There we go. Okay, the pure qualifier is applied. It's 60 a minute out of each one, 120 per minute coming out. We have 2 exports, so we can utilize all of that from the get-go. Let's get our crusher. Crusher's missing iron wire. See what I mean about we're probably going to need to handcraft a bit early on? Fortunately, we don't need to have too much. Okay, that's enough for now. I think one crusher will handle the output of you, but we'll find out. We don't need you maximally handled anyway now. So, there's our crusher, crushing sturtrite. We're going to take 60 a minute. So actually, no, we would need 2 crushers. Well, so let's fully process our output. That seems like something I want to do. There's our output. We're going to be coming in here. We're going to have sturtrite and gangway coming out. First solid output port is on the right. So that means you're my sturtrite, gangway, I think. Well, we can't really merge them right now, so I think you're my sturtrite, so I'm going to have you be elevated. I think you're my gangrene, so I'm going to have you come down. I have that backwards. It's on the right facing. Okay. Well, that's backwards. I want my gangrene to be coming over here to get processed off on the side. Okay. And then we're going to need... so we have to do this twice because we can't do any merging, splitting shenanigans. We're going to need one of you to split off. We're going to bring one over here. It's important that we have both portions of this running. Otherwise, it'll all stop. There's our constructors for this. Yay! Come here. Be somewhere. It's not crazy. Okay, and then you're gonna be processing concrete. And like, this has 45 per minute consumption. And if we look at our production of waste materials out of the crushers, those are 25 apiece. So like, this is not super great. Eventually, this should be merged and put into one that's elevated, I think, in like productivity. And now, what's our outputs? Our sturtrite output is 60. You don't need to actually... You're going to get fed into smelters, so I don't actually need you, and I don't care about clipping. Here. And you're going to be taking 30. So this is not even gonna keep up. Like we're gonna have even more subpar concrete production because we can't process our sturtrite. We need 2 of these for every one of you. We need 2 smelters for every crusher. So we are gonna have some issues. But it's hardly a matter. Because right now, we're just getting going. We don't even have foundations. Just spew these ingots out. I don't want to hand crush anything. And get the concrete out. We could hand build a lot of things, but hand crushing is just a nightmare. There we go. Nice, clunky initial bit. And now we can think, what's our power situation, and decide if I want to automate production of wires and screws or not. So you can see here, we are already almost at our capacity. For that, just doing the initial processing of our ores, that is not enough. So we are definitely, before we really do much of anything, going to be thinking about power. Fortunately, this place, just in the process of clearing to build, we're going to have so many leaves and so much wood. But yeah, let's go get this base building unlocked, and then we'll do a bit further. So we've already used our concrete. That's great. We'll get a little bit more iron wire. We need 40 of it. And then we'll hand grind some concrete because we do have some that we can do. Not a lot. We can hand crush our ores into concrete though. We don't need to hand produce our ingots, so we'll crush that into concrete and just hand do this. That'll let us bank up concrete for actual foundation work. Oh, this isn't even going to give us enough to... Okay. I was like, oh, and this will give us enough then to do this, and we'll have banked up some. No. No, we're not. I'll process my biomass, and that will hopefully give us enough time to make a sensible amount of concrete. Not a lot. We're going to have a 45 input. I didn't check what our output rate was. We should go jump over and do that. But we are only doing roughly a half of our input rate. Because we have 25 out of 45 coming in. So that's a little bit better than half. So 15 output, roughly half. So like 7, 14 between these two. We should get like 14 a minute. That is horrid. But that should be enough for now. We do some other things. Hopefully it'll just meet for the time being. Okay. So we have our base building. Now I could undo all of this and put it on foundations, which is something I want to do, and clean it up and make it look nicer. But first, before I do that, I want a sorter, and I want splitters. So, and solid biofuel too is something I want, but it's not super. Actually, I think solid biofuel is more important because we have to move away to like an adult, grown-up power supply sooner. So that's what we're going to do now, I think. I will start prepping for this. We'll just do this by hand. We can't even load it in. Okay. So we need reinforced iron plates, and we need 10 of them. Two, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Not handcrafting. We need 100. We need 100 concrete. So that's 76. 86, 92. Right? Am I doing my counting right? 97. 100. Yay! Field research. And where do we want to build our power plants? Our initial power plants. And also, it'll be our biofuel manufactory. Down here, in this little corner? Yes, let's. equipment workshop can be constructed. We're over here. Chainsaw. We need one of you, which means we need reinforced iron plates. Which take extra long to make to discourage you from handcrafting anything. But also, we kind of need to. It's... I can see what they're going for. Get that chainsaw going. And get the biofuel solidified. And get fucked cheap viewers. That's an indicator to me that I don't have hardly anyone watching. But that's fine. Like, most of the people who watch my stuff aren't going to be awake at 8 a.m. on a Sunday. I know that 8 a.m. on a Sunday is a bad stream time. That's why I stream on Saturday afternoons and have social life problems, because that's apparently when everyone and their parents decide to do social stuff, because, I don't know, for some reason everyone's a Christian. Not fond of that. Someday I'll rant again about my concerns with Christianity. But not today. How much solid biofuel do I want? I think I want like 3 stacks, so I can swap out the power and then have a stack on me for chainsawing and prepping the site. But if a stack is that big, maybe I just want 1 stack 150 and then split it. No, let's be patient. Let's process this whole amount. We're gonna need everything that's getting made out there at some point. So at the very least, we'll get like a full stack that we can split into 200s for the power, and then a few extras for charging our chainsaw while we go prep the site. And based on prior experience, I think my initial will be 4 biomass burners and my biofuel, my solid biofuel manufacturing. Okay. There's our power stack. This is our iron friggin' no stack. We'll clear out whatever this is. We'll clear this chunk out, and we'll live with whatever we get. I'm impatient. I don't want to sit here and handcraft. Okay. Sort you. Split you. There we go. Let's go prep the site. How far over do I have to go to prep the site? I think... You? And I think that's the site. I think that's the power plant site. Prepped as far as like trees are concerned. We'll clear all this out. And then we'll do like a 6x6 block initially for foundations. Yeah, that feels good enough. We'll probably see, part of the reason I didn't want to grind out all the biofuel is we're going to have to probably stare at that and grind out the components that we're going to build this initial site with. What's down here? You're the noise. You're the noise. Oh, mycelia too.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, that's the noise that we've been hearing. And I'm not afraid to go down to places like that because we have everything on passive, and so spiders are just cute friends. I do not have arachnophobia mode on. I will not turn arachnophobia mode on. I like spiders. Spiders are friends. I once had a cockroach infestation that was terrible, and then a couple spiders moved in, the cockroaches went away, and the spiders just lived, like, in this corner of my apartment, and I don't know. Ever since, I just cannot be scared of spiders. They're friends. Okay, I think the site's almost cleared enough to be ready to lay down, to check, like, concrete and such, and lay everything down. Okay. So, we are going to need 4, 5, 6. Let's say 36 of you to make a 6x6 block. We're going to need a constructor for solid biofuel, a constructor for biomass from leaves, and a constructor for biomass from wood. We're going to need a storage container for each of those for the inputs and outputs. We're going to need, let's say 6. We'll make 6 biomass burners, which will be, that's going to be, let's see, 1 foundation for the burner, 1 for the conveyor manifold, 1 for the burner, so that's 3 and 6, which will leave the other 3 open. I think that means that we're going to probably need, let's say 50 foundations. We'll probably do it. And then, oh, we don't have splitters yet, so we can't do this. We do actually need splitters to set up power, so we can manifold. This is not cool. Game, just give me splitters. Wah. That's okay. Logistics. We need 30 bus bars. We don't even have enough copper to make all these bus bars. So sad. I'll have to go mine some more copper and process some copper. I'm going to do this by hand instead of upgrading copper because I really do feel like... Oh, that just takes no time at all. This is really... And that's not taking any time at all. Yeah, we'll just have to go get some copper and make some more bus bars. Where's this church, right? It's nearby. Over there. And we can check how our ores are doing. Look at that. Beautiful. I think this will give me enough, just this top node. What I will do, though, because it will be a moment until we come back. I'll just drop a couple of you. I'm dropping 2 because we need 2 of them to make a miner. So that will just kind of commit our Calentite miner nodes. Once power's up and everything's ready, I think we'll probably just destroy that whole setup. But okay. Get the logistics. Get you in there. Hand crush the Calentite. Hope this produces enough for us to finish the bus bars. Bus bars require rods. We might be tight on the... We might be tight. This might... Nope, there. We just... What am I doubting? Why am I doubting myself? This produces 5 per kick. Okay. We are going to need a merger, and we're going to need 3 splitters, and I think we might need some Mark II belts. Let's say we're going to need potentially up to 20 Mark II belts, and let's say potentially up to 50 Mark I belts. That's going to be my production requirements. Okay. So we can see here we need to get concrete, iron sheets, iron plates, rods, and Mark II belt drives. Concrete should already be done. Or near to. I've neglected to grab what we need for power. That will, like, for wires and poles, that will probably bite us in the ass, but that's a problem for future bar. I'm running low on inventory space. Grab a few hundred ingots. The inventory space will be resolved very much when everything's done. I can also just clean this up. I would not need you anytime soon. I'll empty out all of my stuff here. I'll need to come back and grab it, but it's fine. And your excess. Actually. Your access and trashable. Your excess and trashable. Okay. Time to stare at you for a bit. Iron sheets. make you go up to the big. Okay. Mark IIs, what do we need for you? We need rotors and tinned sheets. Can we even make tinned sheets? No. Well, whatever you are, gone for now. We're not going to have any need of you. If we need you, we're just going to have to perform at under capacity or find some other way to handle it, because we don't have access for the time being. Let's get rods, because they take a little while to make, and then plates we can fill up. We might not even need to process all of these extra iron ingots. Well, that's good. Okay. And then plates. Can't believe I need assemblers to make tinned sheets manually. I need to unlock that. I'm trying to get more automation going, so I'm getting this tower running sooner than I did in the other game, which is why I didn't realize that I needed assemblers for tinned sheets. This is fine, I think. I'm thinking, if I remember correctly, that we're going to need those better belts for optimal biofuel production, but also I don't think we're going to need optimal biofuel production. So we can cope and then run through later when everything is set up. Yeah, Mark II belts are so expensive, and I kind of low-key love it. Like, we need everything here, and it's going to be such a mess. Like, I don't want to do a lot of this manual stuff. That's why we're going power. Okay. Here we are power-wise. Global grid, line you up. Zoop it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no. I have to go out there to do this. Because this is too low, it looks like. We don't need you up anymore. Can we please line up like so? Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Site insufficiently prepped. There we go. A nice, solid site to get a little initial power plant going. And do we have walls yet? We do. I think I will wall... Actually... Sinking you up. Get rid of you. Clog up my inventory. I'll take this opportunity to clear the site, to properly site prep and reestablish my hub, which will kill my power. Has already killed my power. But you know... There's no hurry. What's gonna happen? Is Ada gonna yell at us? Oh no. What am I gonna do? The bot is mad at me. Yeah, okay. So... Is this sufficient? I think this might be sufficient. Can I get my hub up here? Surface is too uneven. Okay, fine. We'll have to go one further. Perfect. And then... There we go. Now we have access directly up and down to our power supply area. I am going to foundation out slightly further here, maybe than I should. Just, I don't know, this is the start of proper factory, and do it right from the beginning. Run out of concrete. I'm going to bring you down like so, I think. And the reason here is twofold. One, so it's not hovering, because I hate the way that these hovering platforms look. And two, Because then we can shove things on the wall later. We need more iron sheets and plates. So we've burned through more than we were intending. This happens. This is ultimately why we picked up all that extra gunk. Like, realistically, this was always going to be a problem. It's already a problem. Maybe I should stop being all fancy and just get to work. Yeah, let's just get to work. So we can have the power to start manufacturing these things automatically. Okay. So. You fit nicely under there. So I'm going to put you under here. This will allow me to sort of wall this off and have my access points here. I need signs. Well, we'll just remember for the time being. Constructors. Fine. Well, I should probably reconnect power before I get too much further so that we're producing. Ah! Not what I wanted. Ah. Okay, here we go. You get a stack. You get a stack. And you get proper functional. Okay. Now we can do you. Convert leaves into biomass. Convert wood into biomass. I'll leave you alone if you do this job for me. Good job. Okay. Blobber! Hi! We're getting power sorted in Satisfactory Plus. With our big, power-hungry miner, and our ore crushers, and our smelters. There's so much extra bullshit. I love this mod. But But it also means if I don't want to craft by hand forever, I need to get power going. So we're doing it. How was Oblivion? Because I saw you were doing that. No, this is in fact going to be very limited power. We don't even have the resources to build the belts to fully optimize our outputs. Because the wood's gonna churn out 120 per minute, but we only get 60 along our belts. Yeah, I've seen it a bit. I didn't like the color choices. I felt like they made it too brown. But, like, it otherwise looks like a good remake. I just have recently replayed Oblivion, so I don't want to spend the money on it and play it again. Because I just played Oblivion lately. Biofuel. Yay, and I need to give you power. Power line. Into... you. Okay. So you can eat 120 per minute, which we can't actually feed you because, again, we don't have what we need for that belt. Like, I don't have the research unlocked to tin my plating, and since I can't tin my plating, that means I can't make better belts. Are you clipping? You're actually clipping. Are you actually clipping, or are you just, like, going dangerously close to the block? Oh, you're actually clipping. That's so sad. Okay. Yeah. That's plenty of time to redo it. Okay. That should be fine, though. This is just for 6 power units. I don't have much to say. Actually, I do have a lot to say. But I can't think of it right now. What I do have to say is we're out of iron plates, as expected. Which means we need to get some raw iron. And build, because, I mean, look. Already, our biofuel production and our iron smelting put our potential max consumption above our initial power. We can't fully process things with our crusher at rates because we can't fully process our outputs. So that makes our power all sorts of fucky, which I also love. But that the part that matters, the gray line and the blue line, that's a gap. And that means that the stars could align and crash my entire factory. That's why we're doing this. And I was over there for a purpose. I was over there to grab iron so I could make a bunch. And we're going to also have to process some copper for some extra wire. Not terribly shocked about that. Where's my copper? It's over here somewhere. Why am I looking when I can just scan? There you are. You should have plenty of ore from your dedicated miners for when we get around to building ore processing over here. The way I'm envisioning this is we're going to have the ore processing on the ground level, and then we're going to do like a second floor, which will have holes cut around for the big miner stacks, which will do all of our like initial material processing. That's my vision. That's my grand dream. For now, however. We need to hand crush some shitty copper. This one change on its own, the mixing of ores and the crushing and sorting and the waste materials would have made this a really fun mod, in my opinion. But then they went and they added all the extra stuff. I think my only complaint is, oh no, I can't manually tin sheets until I do assembly, and I don't want to do assembly without automating some stuff, which means I can't mark 2 belts until then, which means that I can't make my power super optimized. Such a problem to have. Let's get the plates out of the way so they're not hovering over me. And I can just look at this wire number. Let's see. Cables come from wires. Bus bars come from rods. Wires come from rods. Sheets come from direct, but I don't have any need for sheet yet. So I think we're fine if we process all of these ingots into rods and then go from there as needed. Which we don't want to do with the iron because plates we need, wire comes from rods, sheets come from plates, screws come from rods. So we need this split between plate and rod. But for copper, I don't think I have that need yet. And I don't think we're going to have that need until after we set up our initial copper processing facility, which will be manufacturing all the copper goods and bringing them into a nice little access near the hub. Because that's how I like to do things. And then when we're big and we start moving things around, I'll start thinking about where I want to have my central storage facility, which will be about when I start caring about MAM and MAM processing, because that's when I'm going to want like programmable splitters so that I can just have trains bring in masses of stuff and sort them on site into things. That's future. That's future, though. Grand future visions. Grand future visions. And for now, all we're doing is getting bored making those. Yeah, that's more than we need. Handcrafting is not my idea of a good time. Which is why I don't care so much about the power being suboptimal, because get it up and running. Okay. That should be enough. One, two, three. Oh. I was making 3 of you. And a 3 pair first, not a 4 pair. And we're feeding our manifold down this way. Yay. I've played Satisfactory's early games so many times, I have like an in-my-head blueprint of how I like my initial power setup. Including something that might piss some people off, but I like doing. Come on, work. I'm not quite sure why, but I just like putting these initial power poles in the middle. It feels almost like we're running the risk of electrocuting the entire supply. And that's funny to me. I don't have wall mounts yet, so we're just gonna bring you over out of the way. Move you around. Except I want a storage container to buffer. Excellent. One, two, three, something like that is probably fine to start. And that's what I want to see. Now I can go back upstairs and turn this off. We do have a slight problem that I just turned power off to my entire facility. But that's fine. So you're going to be a wall mount at some point, and then you power the factory. Yay. And I don't view at all for anything. Keep half of you on me for my sake, and the other can go get buffered. And then just check my throughput. You output 60 per minute. And you eat 4 by 2, 8, 16, 32. So we can support off of that one production facility just shy of twice as many burners off of a standard Mark 1 belt. Now this is not quite optimal, so it's actually only 30 right now because we only have 60 input. So 4, 8, 12, 24? What we have? Am I doing my math right? What's my query thing, search thing? Not log. What's our search? Our search is N. So we have 6 times 4. I haven't done this in ages. 24. Yeah. Okay. So right now we have 24 consumption off of 30 production. So we will back up. And if we ever fix this bar, which we need to, then this will be able to produce a full 60, which will let us double this. And that is good. So we're sitting at our capacity. What was I? Next steps. Okay. So next step is going to be reconfiguring that. Do I reconfigure that, or do I do my basic iron component production? That's my thought. What do I want to do? Basic iron components, or... Let's see. Tin plates. Gives us sorting. I think we do our iron production, which will get us our tin. And then we can we're gonna have to reconfigure all of this eventually. May as well start reconfiguring it now. We didn't properly prep the site. We didn't do any of that. Which means I'm going to need a place to put all that ore. We're gonna yoink up. I also need to clean up my inventory. Give me a nice convenient access point too for all of this. Okay. You can go away. You can go away. You can go away. I'll come back and grind you out later. Okay. So let's go yank all this up so we can properly prep the site. Do our splitters and such. You're fine for now. Actually, I want all your contents, so... Okay. Only thing I don't really want to be carrying on me right now is all of the iron ore. Or iron ingots, rather. Okay. So what do I want to do now? I want to... Yeah. Foundations, if I had a brain. Okay. So we're going to want... We're going to want this entire thing foundationed, basically. So let's just clear the site. There's no sense in doing things halfway. We have more ore up there to feed in, so we're gonna need plenty of space to expand. I think you are just for making concrete, but I haven't had a need for concrete yet beyond what I make from waste. So, in my private game, when I say that, I mean in my private game that I was playing that made me go, oh, I need to show this off to the world because this is so absurd. I haven't needed concrete beyond waste production yet. But also, as I mentioned, I haven't built the space elevator, so I imagine I will need concrete past waste production, and that will provide. we're getting pretty close to prepped here. This seems excessive, but what it really is it's leaves for the power, and I don't know, the leaves for the power, if I don't get them, I'm gonna regret it later, is the end of the day what that means. So, let's just get what we need, and we are, you know, hopefully gonna regret it less later. Now, I could probably be done prepping the site now, but I think I'm going to prep all the way over towards the power. And then I can build off of the power, but, like, try to sink foundations towards the bottom and use a smaller foundation. That way the power plant is, like, elevated and a distinct structure in the increasingly sprawling concrete waste that I intend to provide. Because, yeah, you can go up into the sky and build a sky factory, but where's the fun in that when instead you can be constantly frustrated by folding everything around the terrain? Okay, that feels prepped. Let's use... How? Okay, if I sink you to the bottom here and sloop you over, what does that give me as a grounds to work? I think I can live with that. I've also just now realized I'm going to need a lot of plates and sheets for this. So let's get those manufactured automatically. Out of you. Without falling backwards. And just something a little janky. And I want storage in between these. So that... This is facing the wrong way. It's not like I placed it down with any intentionality, so there's nothing wrong. But it's not facing in the way that I wish I had placed it initially. Okay. So you grind out iron plates. You grind out iron sheets. And I'm going to gone. Okay, you're going to eat in 40 per minute. You're going to spit out 20 per minute. Gosh darn it. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Because I don't want you to eat all my plates. And there we go. This is so preeminently temporary, it's like not going to survive more than a couple hours. That is not going to produce nearly enough of anything, but it's fine. We can hand produce later. We have access to so much. And also, I don't need you connecting yet. I just wanted you aligned. In fact, I don't think I need anything beyond there. So... there we go. Now then, let's just give you one more there. Basically, at this point, I'm thinking I'm gonna try to burn out my sheets on my foundations, and that's gonna be my work area. And hey, we burned out our sheets on our foundations, so that's our work area. I kind of want that one too. We don't need all of this over here for the power. To double it, we will, but we actually don't need this row here. Be gone. Okay. And this is just because that was bothering me. This bothers me less. Okay. And this actually gives me a nice feed into here. Okay. So 60 per minute pure coming out. Our crushers can only handle 30, if I recall. No, they can handle 60. Right, 60 per. So that's why we need 2 crushers to handle the 120 output. So there's no need to split or anything at this point. And we'll bring you back here for our power access point. So we've got our crushing going. And you're my ore, right? First is on the right on this side. So that's gonna be my concrete. I'm gonna wait for it to finish a crush cycle. Yes, okay. Because when it says first on the right, it means first on the right when you're looking at the exit. Okay, and we're outputting 25. We need 45, so 1 constructor will be insufficient, but eventually we will be able to overclock, so... Splitter. Need plates. Hey, we've got plates under construction. How much have we built up in that time? Not very many, but hopefully enough. We don't need this conveyor belt anymore. That was a ballpark. An overestimate. Okay. So we want to merge our outputs running that way for our grinders. We'll run our lifts here. Merger there. That's fine. That's cute. I like that. Okay. This will end up not fully processing our waste output, which I don't like. But it's not, I don't think, enough of a shortfall to be worth making another constructor at this point. Especially when I know that when we get the sorter online, the sorter will also create some waste stone. And I think that's just barely not enough for another constructor at full capacity. And I think then we can split off our excess here, and that will do that. But we do very much need our accesses for our outputs. We're not going to have enough plates coming out of this crummy little setup. Hopefully, though, that's just this long one here. Okay. So there's where our concrete's going to end up. And eventually, I think I'm going to line up all of my outputs over there, which is going to cause potential issues. It's fine. Okay. So you're going to be producing 60 per minute stirrite, which is going to get smelted. Each of the smelters will do 30. So we need 4 of them. Can I run you like so? Not without more foundations. Wire. Okay, I don't want to run back and forth through a crafting bench, but I need to this time because I'm out of rods. Give me a stack of you. Little minor frustrations are fine. It's probably enough for now. And our last smelter. Oh yeah, we need wire. We needed the rod to make a crafting bench so I can do my hand crafting on site. And now we just need more wire out of the rods we already have. And we'll need to make more rods eventually, and It's so like intimidating when you look at what you have to do. But then like you get it going and it's beautiful. We need more plates. That's not a problem. We don't even need to go get more. We'll handcraft these plates. Let the shitty little production site get things rolling. And this is going to put us back to right where we had torn everything up. Like, this is... Yay, we've had a net loss. But actually, we're having a little bit higher because we'll have 2. We need copper rods because we ate all of our copper rods. Love that. And by love, I mean it's mildly frustrating, but it's to be expected. I think I'm going to put one of you here. Okay. And what we need here, we need a splitter coming in from that way and in line with you. And I am really running close. The idea that we can squeeze through here. Yeah, you saw nothing. I saw nothing. It's fine. And then here we have a splitter coming out the back. Again in line. We need more plates. We always need more plates. We're actually going to have to grind out some ingots to make those plates on site. Fortunately, grinding out these shitty ingots doesn't take much effort. Okay. Paste and paste and check my power. We're fine. So there we go. That is, at this point, 120 ore getting crushed and processed into 120 ingots and 15 concrete. Good. And we have like 2 or 3 more pure nodes sitting back there, so we can vastly increase this production later. For now, what do I need? Well, actually, you need to be tin. We do need some tin. So it's gonna be 15 tin, 90 iron, 15 concrete. Now if we go double check our production up here, I want to double check how many plates. So that takes 30 to 20. And then we get, I think, rods are 15 to 15. Yeah. So I think I'm going to need 2 plate constructors and 2 rod constructors coming out of this. And then as far as tin is concerned, what do I produce with tin at this point? Just tin rods, which are 30 to 15, so we're not going to hardly make any tin. But I think the more important use of tin will be eventually tinning plates. So already we're going to need more to make tin, but this will do for now. So we're also going to need our sorter's also going to get involved. So yeah, you are. Well, we can do better than that. That'll do. Okay, now I'm going to go see if we have enough plates. So we're making 4 more of these. I don't want to handcraft those plates. Also, wait. Tin plates are tin plates. That's a different thing, right? We have tin plates and we have tinned plates. Tinned sheets we need. Can't make tinned plates, tin sheets here. I want to check what we need for tin sheets, because we do need those for ore sorting. And ore sorting will go after the crushers and before this, so it's actually going to require pulling all this up. So tin plates. Need tin ingots and iron plates. Which needs assemblers, so we can't automate it. So actually, let's not automate all of this yet. Grab that tin. Instead, I need 20 of these, which is 2 packs of this. Well, we already have that. How many cable do we have? We have plenty of cable. We have plenty of concrete. How many rods? Rods might be where we're short. We don't have enough rods. Let's just go get the ore sorting. Why am I building all this when I know I'm going to have to tear it all down when I get ore sorting? Let's get those sorters. Okay, is there anything else I need? You are after ore. Okay, we are now ready for ore. Okay. Once again, tearing all this down. Not all this, just everything past the crushers. Because you know, we want to have proper stuff going. So we have our crush stores here. We have our random bits. The crush stores are coming out at 60 per minute. I think the sorter eats 120, so the sorter might actually... Sorter needs some reinforced iron plates. Let's prep, assuming I need 2, but I think I only need 1, actually. I think I just need to unlock assemblers and have the 120 flow plates, so I can fuse the crushers into a single sorter. Which means that I have to ask the question, do I want to construct 2 sorters and automate my way to assemblers, or do I want to handcraft my way to assemblers and only build 1 sorter and have access to those extra pipes that I need? And I think the answer is we go look. We go look and see what we need for assembler, which is our next thing anyway, because that we're going to need that for Mark II belts. 30 bus bars. This is eminently handcraftable. So let's go ahead and just handcraft it. We don't even need to go down. Why am I coming down? We can handcraft up here. Let's go ahead and handcraft and be done with it. And the bus bars. We just need 30 of them. They don't take very long to make. And then we'll be able to get Mark II belts, which will let us, I think, get away with 1 sorter. It'll let us speed up our power production, which I'll want to do before I forget. And then, yeah. So there we go. Hello. Eat that. Give me assemblers so I can tin my sheets. I don't want that many. Goodness gracious. I wanted 20 of them. 20 of them seemed more than enough. We have all this we can grind. Me, earlier. I'll just automate this, then I won't have to handcraft. Me now. I guess I'll handcraft. This will get us going. This will let us build a proper everything. Okay, and then we need a few more rods for this. We need a good chunk of plates. And then we'll need some sheets. And the tinned sheets, I think we need to actually craft the sheets and then we can do that. Okay, so tinned sheets. 4, 8, 12, 16. Okay. So we need our iron sheets, and we also need some copper sheets. I didn't realize we would need the copper sheets. No, we don't need iron sheets. We need copper sheets. We apply tin to the copper sheets, apparently. Okay. So we do. I wonder if there's an alternate recipe out there. Okay. And that will hopefully be enough Mark II belts for what we need to do. First, before I forget, the only part that actually matters here. That'll provide full production. But we're already backed up. Well, that's still full production. It's better than not having it. Don't have anything else there. Okay. And now over here. What are we up to? Get you out of the way. Let's get our sorter and determine if we need one or more. $120 per minute. We can do that. So we get our merger feeding in here. If I take the merger and just jam it in there, right as close as it can get. We're filling up, right? No, because we do not have power. Yes, okay, so we got 120 per minute feeding into our one sorter. Oh, I do love that. That is one big giant thing. It's going to be giving us 90 iron a minute, 60 tin per minute, and 40 more gangway. Which I thought was right, so we've got 50 coming in here. We eat 45. We make a second constructor. We make a splitter here, feeding in that way. And then we bring a merger here. And then when we figure out which one of these is the one we want, which I think is this far left one, actually. No. Which one's our waste output? You are. Okay. Yay! Can I make you look nicer? Yes, I can. Beautiful. Okay. And then we can have a merger coming out here, going that way. Because each of these will spit out 15 per minute, and that is going to use all of our waste to create 30 concrete a minute. Yes, I love when that calculation works. It's going to be a little back and forthy, and it'll take a moment to sort on out, but it should be fine. And now we can think about you. So our smelters each take 30. And I think that is true regardless of our material. So you take 30. You take 24. You take 30. Well, everything coming out here is 30. So we have 3, 4, 5 smelters needed here. Which I think we can probably do in a nice little array. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's make one stand on. Okay. Don't need our second sorter. That's fine. Don't need to be exact. Need rods. Okay. Let's actually be a little more exact here. We're going to need 5 smelters to process our outgrowths. We will need a little bit more plate. And we will need a lot more rod. Yay! That's nice and consistent and convenient. Wonderful. And what are you coming out here? We need more rods. Always a problem. Okay, give me more rod. Now, which one are you? You are my iron. Okay, so I think what we do here then is drop a splitter, which will require more plates. We're gonna need 2 splitters, so that's gonna be even more plates. Yes, I know I've been playing for 2 hours. I plan on playing all day, but thank you for letting me know how much time has gone by. Okay, let's just make a bunch of plates. I know that I can go grab more, but we're here. Okay. So I'll sink this splitter up in the middle here. Like so. That's 90. So we can't actually use a Mark 1 for this belt. And for those. But for this, we need Mark II. And that will feed out into our iron smelters. Yay. Which can all feed into you. Which you can come down here and get fed into that. Yay. So there's our iron crunching through. This iron is going to give us 30 per minute per, so we have 90 iron a minute. And then over here, we'll have our tin. Okay, now I'll go check our plate production facility. Hey, there's some sheets. There's some plates. It works so slowly. Okay. And you produce 60, so I don't need a better thing. You can make tin, and you can make more tin. Need copper rod. Can I squeeze you in here? Yes. I think this is not going to be where I want to have you anymore, so I'm going to pick you up and bring you with me, but we'll make some rod. And you can come to there, and then you will progress onward to beyond the smelters. Excellent. So now what do I want to do with all of our outputs? We have 90 iron to work with. We have 60 tin to work with. Full capacity. It's kind of feeling good. Okay, so tin first. Let's think about what we need for tin. We need tinning for plates. And we need rods. Rods come 30 into 15. So if we're going to have 30 into 15, we would need both of these to make rods, and that would leave none left for tinning plates automatically. We want to tin plates automatically eventually. For now, do we need this facility to do that? There's our copper. We'll need our copper processing. That's right. This was just going to be ore processing on this level. So what we do, I think, is we say, congratulations, we're done with this floor. For now. Yay! I don't have floor holes. Well, that's fine. We'll do something like that. Out of curiosity, where does this wall sync up? If I decide I want to wall this? There. Okay. Eventually I will probably want to wall a lot of this, but I want access to maintain over here, I think. I'll check that in a moment. Because I want to come up to that second floor from somewhere convenient. No. There we go, good enough. Gets me up to the second floor, lets me take a look at how things are coming out here. Are you all lined up properly? You look fine. Okay. So here we go. We have tin and we have iron. As far as tin is concerned, we're going to merge our tin and send it back this way. Can I nudge you less? No. Okay, well, that's probably gonna be a problem. Well, we'll put our merger still back here. Okay, I know how we're gonna handle that. Ouch, is how we're gonna handle that. I think we bring this up and away on both of these. And that should give us a nice swoop back into our merged tin. Okay. There's our tin coming through. And it will feed into a single constructor for tin production. There we go. Tin rods. Theoretically on the go. Don't actually like how this looks. Would look better if I did that right, but I didn't. And I don't want to go fix them. So we're gonna... do that. Okay. Good enough. Power will come from over here somewhere. There you go, crafting bench. The need for wires has resumed. I need rods too eventually. Okay. So you're our tin. I'm bringing you all the way down here for my access point. You end up not being where we want to send you off to. You do. Okay. So there's our tin. What other things do we need to make up here? We're gonna need to make screws. We just need to make enough to see our constructor, and then we'll plan. And then we'll build. Okay. We have 90 iron to work with. We need iron plates. You eat 30. So that's 30 of our 60. Screws need rods. 20, we got 15. Sheets need plates. 40, we got 20. So to just make sheets, we need 2 of those dedicated to plates. I don't think that's happening. Wire needs, yeah, because wire needs rod, screw needs rod. Now rod, one of those makes 2 of these. So we could put one of those 3 outputs of iron into making 2 bits of rod. You eat 20 rod per minute. You eat 20 rod per minute. So that is slightly annoying, because we would be making then 30 rod per minute and eating 40. But that's a slight sub-consumption, sub-optimal bit that I think is probably fine. So let's see, we put 2 of you in, that's 40 per minute. That gives us all of our sheets, but we won't have any plates left. And we need plates. We don't really need iron sheets. So what I think we do, make 2 rods, a wire, a screw. We need rods too. Okay. Well, what this is saying is we need more iron production already, but just to get a little bit of everything going, suboptimal production, and we can improve this later. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 constructors is what we need. 7 constructors will give us what we need for the time being. Let's go see how we're doing on our plates. And then this can all feed back up here. have plenty of plates. What this is going to be, and then for each miner we will need this setup. And we're gonna need to produce a couple more miners full. But I think what we do now is we get kind of our basic up here set up, which we'll need to rebuild at some point anyway. And then move onward into making copper. We get our iron improved in its outflow, so we can make all of this, and then we get our then we start worrying about our assemblered items. I think that's what we do. It's a lot. It's a lot to do and a lot to think of. And we're not really optimally designing or planning anything for expandability, and it's already hitting us, but that's fine. We get everything in order. Once we get the space elevator set up, I think we really take a moment and we consider expandability on this ground base, like this initial base, which will mean tearing it all up again. But that's fine. The way I'm thinking, we need to have a line of crushers. Probably we want a series of floor of wall holes to control our inputs from our miners. Lead those into crushers, ideally through 120 belts. And then have a row of crushers, a row of sorters, a row of smelters, have ceiling bits so we can run all of the crushed stone waste to the ceiling and feed that into our concretes, and then go from there. Okay, so two of you get to be just plain old. I need to leave more space here. I really do. Okay. So. Hey, remember how I was saying we would need to make sure we preserved rods? Need some rods. Okay. I'm just gonna loop each of these feeds around. Okay. We just need to have these face the other direction. That's just the facts. I was thinking we could be all fancy, but they do need to just face the other direction. There we go. I'm going to put these a little bit further out. 2. There we go. You go there. You go there. And then we have a splitter here. feeding in from that way. Lovely. You a little bit less so, but what am I gonna do? 2 of you producing plates, 2 of you producing rods. Okay. And as far as rods are concerned, we need screws and from rods we need screws and wire, and from plates we need sheets. So we need 3 more of these, but I think in both cases we want to merge split, because these are going to be awkward. So we're going to merge our rods, and then we're going to merge our plates. And then we're gonna have our splits in both cases. Need sheets. It's okay, we're almost good here. And there's our splitted merge. So, one of you is going to just come out and become stored. Same over here. I'll put the stackable pole, like, on top here. That's not what I wanted to do. This is why I like to build walls, because I'm a klutz. Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to lift you up. There we go. So there's our sheets and rods that we're preserving getting sent over. And now we need to make things not horrible. I'm gonna do it like that. There we go. Okay, and then we need... three constructors. We're going to need more foundations. I'm trying to be all conservative in our foundations, but we're going to need more. Okay. And now, constructor-wise, can I fit you here? Without it being horrible? I think so. Need more screws. Make sure I have sufficient screw. I do. Okay. Gonna need more screws for the actual... Gonna need more screws for the actual bits, and also we need to reconnect power, but that's not gonna be a problem. And that should be enough screws for now. There we go. So you're gonna make sheets. You're gonna make screws. You're gonna make wire. And you're all gonna need plates. And there we go. Plates. And some sheets. Plates, screws, okay. And that's right, we were you. We need more rod. Whatever shall we do? We're almost out of this nightmare. I say, knowing full well that this nightmare will never end, and I am specifically playing this mod to enjoy that nightmare. Okay. Yay! And now we're going to need our outputs here with rods and screws. Give me some rods. Give me some screws. And stack up. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Next tier of processed goods ready. Actually, I just need to be able to see from this end, so what I can do, I can. And then we need so many screws. We need so many screws. But we're making so many screws. Good enough. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is gonna match up nicely here because we have 1 concrete. 2, 3, 4. Need plates and screws. No. And we also need rod, don't we? Nope, we just need some screw. Okay. Then we get some screws, and then we get more screws, because we're going to need to build conveyors to move everything down. But then we will start having everything produced over here. Or stored over here, where it's easy to get to. Need more screws. Always need more screws. That's going to be the nature of this game, because we have a million more things that need screws. We need plates, too. Thank you. Ow. Not what I wanted. Okay. Need more plates. I don't think we've built up enough plates here to... Oh, we kind of have. Okay. And then we need screws, which will soon be down there. Let's see if there's any backed up here still that we can yank. Yes. What's your output? 50, 30, 50. So Mark 1s are plenty for all of this. Alrighty, there we go. We are manufacturing all of our basic iron goods and basic tin goods with no excess tin production, which I don't like, but that's fine. We also aren't producing enough raw iron to support this floor. And when we produce that iron, that will produce excess tin. And the excess tin needs to be used to tin plates, which will require copper, so we can worry about this later. How's it look? Grotesque! I need to align these storage containers, and I need to have a better control of the exit, and just, I need to make a lot of nicer things. But for now, we have wire, screws, sheets, concrete, plates, rods. And this is still processing excess, and I'll go ahead and leave it until this is all done. Which is soon, actually. That's actually going to be done soon. Good. What I will do is I will do some manual processing. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to manually process just the random crap we've picked up. And the main reason I'm doing this is to give the factory time to work and produce goods. That way we can just fill up our inventory with stuff we want and be good to go. You I will eliminate from my inventory, though. Now, I don't know if I'm going to actually... I'm actually going to process... What I'll do... I need to use the restroom, so I will hit this. Does that stay as I come over here? It does. Okay. We'll throw up our BRB. And I will be back. And this will be done by the time I'm back, I hope. restroom than to process that. Well, I'm back. While I was off in the restroom, I realized I have made one relatively major oversight that I will need to correct. It's not too horrible. You need to not be here, honey. Thank you. Okay. I have neglected to bring over the tin. So let's look at these lovely rolled iron sheets. Let's make a spot for us to put the tin. We need more rods and such. Well, fortunately, we have them. I love that. That will never stop. That will never get old. It's just going, aha, I don't need to worry anymore about the thing. Yeah, we'll need a tin layer in our temporary storage. I think the best way to do this is going to just stack one more conveyor pole here. Lift you up a bit. Realize we need more plates. And let's connect that conveyor pole to this little bit here. Probably gonna need more screws too. Like so. And so there we go. Tin and iron on their way. Now we worry about the copper. Actually, we take a moment to worry about the power. Power capacity is not a problem yet. I am naggingly concerned that it will become a problem. We still have plenty of leaves processing here. We have plenty of that back up, so we're not going to lose power anytime soon. I'm just concerned. I just have concerns. I'm only asking questions. It's fine. Okay. So, over here, we need to get rid of you, and then we're going to need to process this copper. Good enough. Okay. So once again, we'll have a big miner. But unlike before, we don't really need to sort what we're going to get. We're going to just crush it, and then we'll get what we need out of it. I think we can probably sort it later, but I don't think we have the tech to sort it later. And I think sorting it later will involve potentially alloying. But I've done this before, and I know we end up with entirely so much copper. It's a bit absurd. So we're prepping the area with that understanding that we're going to have so much copper. And then we're also going to grab a bunch of all of this materials so that we just don't need to worry about it. There should be enough of everything to build the copper. So we grab rods, sheets, a couple stacks of concrete, some of you, some tin, screws, wire, drop off our power production materials, and let's get to lay in some new foundations. I'm going to foundation off of this spot. I think that is what we're going to want to do. This is going to give us a nice, like, jagged factory, which I know some people might think not nice, but I like that it's going to give us, like, defined differences in use case. So here we are. See, it's different. And what I can do and then we can do a quick thing like so. And there we go. See? It feels all nice and fancy. It feels accessible. And then here we can there. And now we have, like, a nice access to everything. This is not necessary, but I think it's probably just a good idea. There we go. Makes it look nicer, and I like things looking relatively nice. There we go. And then see, I can sort of wall this off, and yeah. Here too, I can sort of wall this off. What I will do, I'll make an entryway. Like so. And then we can... This is overly optimistic, not needing to come further this way. But I don't know. This feels like a nice little entrance, then, to the entire factory. And then we can access here our crushing grinding floor. We can access our copper floor. We can access our iron floor. It's starting to feel like a unified building, and I like that. Okay. Which means I think I want to try to crush down if I can. I think we can. Is this going to look a little awkward, maybe? But we're either case going to need our miner. Putting out this way with a standard mining head. And all the stuff we're building now. Let's get that rod going. How is chat feeling? As we get these rods rolling. I love a good taquito. And you don't have to make them with meat. You can make them with, like, cheese and jalapenos, and if you want a proteiny thing, it's definitely fine to just, like, drop some tempeh in, or, like, you don't need to be pure. You don't need to be like... You don't need to be authentic. Authenticity is a scam. Just do what you want. That's probably enough wire for now. 70 is going to be enough cable, I think. Okay. Got the head. So I'm gonna bring you down. I should get the mammoth, or I should get the awesome shop fairly soon so I can start getting wall mounts and such. There we go. Because we have this kind of we want this under copper grinding floor. Okay, this is going to be 120 per minute. Woohoo!
Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system
We put
by
the crushers
Fixit,
down here.
the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
I don't think we can get away with this. I think that those are going to peak up above the foundation. Yep, okay, we can't actually get away with this. That's so sad. Well, that's how life goes. As far as crushers, we can only take 30 per minute input, so I'll line these up. Let's line these up as best we can. Ugh. You're gonna be a problem. Give me a ramp to get up here. Okay. Crushers. And our other crusher, so we will need 2 crushers. There we go. Those are big, but we don't need to sort our crushed copper ore at this point. So we're good. We can bring you over here. Crushed kaolinite, 60 per minute for 60 per minute and 25. Same here. First is on the right, so you're going to be our concrete waste. Let's validate that. Okay. We have validated it. As with before, we're going to bring our concrete waste up. Merge it. And split it over here for some more concrete production. Like... yeah. This is going to give us a little bit excess again, but I don't think it's actually going to be that big of a deal. And we will eventually have another sorter and crusher, and oh my god, we're just this is not going to work out nicely at any point once we bring the copper into the everything. I think what we'll do, we'll drop you in here. Bring you some excess out. And then... more plates! It's never enough plates. I want some wall belts so I can run the wall belts here. That's fine. Oh no! Our beautiful entrance got ruined. God, this entrance this is such a bad entrance. I don't know why I'm committing to it. Okay. Stackable poles are what we want here. There we go. Good enough. And then you will join our merger. And just give us more concrete. Good. So that's our waste dealt with, and I think that's all the waste we're going to have from this particular facility. As we now need to deal with the export here. We have 60 calinets. And if I remember our smelters here, our smelters do not smelt 60 calinet. Our smelters smelt 24 calinet. That I love. $60 out. $246. Not terrible. And I'm going to bring us splitters out here. So it's not clipping on these. And then gonna give a little space to work. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 4, 5, and 6. Needs more wire. More of the things we're building here. Come up here. Don't want you so far away. This horrible spaghettified mess. It's okay, we'll put it behind walls and we won't have to look at it. Okay, and then one more smelter. Good. That should be... These are not going to quite be entirely up there, because these are all impure. We don't have what we need to sort out for pure yet. Which is going to cause us issues in the future. But I'm not sure I care about utilizing this copper node to maximum efficiency. If I change my mind later, so be it. No, we're not doing that. Okay, and our output here is going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 120. Okay, we have 120 copper coming out. We're going to need sheets, and we're going to need rods. Our sheets take 20. Our rods take 12. So if we take 2 of them into sheets, and the rest into rods, that will give us, we'll need 2 sheets. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rods. Okay. Let's just, do that then. A little extra space to work. 1, 2. Here are our sheets. And then when we expand our iron, we'll bring some tin over to tin one of these sheets. And now, how do I want to do our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 constructors? But first, we're going to need to go get more plates. Let's get it from our backup production, our backlog production. I like that entrance, though. I really do. I like it. It's gonna keep being there. Okay. So we're gonna need so many constructors. I think the plan is to do something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I just put them on top? No, because of you. So what I'm thinking is if I can get a second stack of these constructors up here. Somehow. I feel like if I can get one, I can stack them all. In base, we should be able to. Might just need to put foundations over. Yep, it looks like we just need the foundation. And then we can... get this next constructor set. Come on. See, it's mad because it's kind of I think it figured out that I want to clip on top and it's trying to, but then the foundation lets me clip like one lower than it would for that. So I'm running into some issue there. Like, it'll allow me, I just can't get a good image look, so it's a little finicky. Go on. You almost had it. I might need to do it from on top of the smelters. I think I can get a better view from over here. Ugh. You don't want me to even climb on these ends. I'm just building too compactly. It's causing me problems, but I'm not going to have to worry about it in a bit. Okay, come on. No. Okay. I'll try from this direction. I know. Hi. When in doubt... let's get up there. Okay. Whoa, that's so much better. Okay. And now I'm gonna trim out these foundations because I don't need them. Filter on foundations. Yay. It's fine. We're out of cables. Well, we'll make our these, and then we'll go make some more cables. Not quite sure how I'm gonna come out of this, but I think I know how I'm gonna go in. So what that is going to do is it's going to make all of our rods that we need. And our rods, then we're going to turn into... some are going to stay rods, some are going to become... some are going to stay rods, some are going to become wire, and then some of the wire is going to become cable. But for now... let's get this all hooked up. Okay. I need to do a little bit of this. Just because... I want to keep everything straight. And that means I need to go around that. Okay. So... now we just need to bring some of that up. Which, in this case... which is actually going to mean removing all these belts, but that's fine. We've just confirmed that the belts can go where I want them to go. Splitters. Feeding in from back. Except for you. In. And then we do so. Screw me. I need screws. Screw me, I need to actually configure you to do concrete. If I had a brain. If I only had a brain. Do, 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 do. And just quick power check. We are probably not okay. This is probably going to require us to expand our power production. We need wires. This is why we have our everything. Our everything is so... we need it. We're going to need to expand this further that way to make use of our wall of copper. I just want to make sure that okay, that's a... yeah, we're at potential issue. We're in potential issue land. I don't think we actually are going to have issues, but we are in potential issue land. we're seeing, once again, that Barb is bad at video games. Okay. Okay. And we check our power usage over here. Yeah, we are basically we are barely exceeding. And I said we're nowhere near full utilization of our capacity. But it is concerning. Also, I never powered you all up. So before we end up using a lot of wire, a lot more constructors to make our copper and our wire, let's go just expand our power a little. We left space too. Our production can, in principle, support double this, so... we'll just make a couple more, we should be fine. Yay! We need we need more wire. Let's just hand process the rest of our ingots while I munch a little and then process that all into rods. That way. We don't really have that problem. For our tin layer, we have 3 tin goods. Sheets and plates, I think, both require assemblers. I'm going to double check what they need. I know tin sheets take copper sheets and tin, I'm pretty sure. Yes, and tin plates take iron plates and tin. So, in both cases, we need an assembler floor, and we need excess tin. Which means we need to expand our iron production so we have access to excess tin. So that's a future bar problem. That needs to be cleaned up so much. We'll do that when we expand our tin or iron. Right, wire. We need wires. Good. I think that's not in alignment. There we go. And we need cables. We need everything. That's fine. It's why we're building that copper area. And you get to go be there. Turn everything off. Beautiful. Except I don't think that's going to be enough capacity. I'm going to make 3 more. So I can leave my access step that I put in a stupid place. And just work this out. That way we have just plenty of power. You know what? I am going to make another one of you if I have enough wire. I don't. I'm gonna make another one of you anyway. Have our full production capacity of biofuel power. There we go. That should, I hope, be enough power to handle the copper and expand the iron to encompass one more node and get tin going. In any case, let's expand our factory floor. By which I mean, we need to prepare a little bit more ground because we've expanded out of our initially prepared area. Yay! And we'll get some of whatever this is. Kyanite. I don't know what kyanite is.
Unknown crystalline mineral collected. This mineral is composed of the same chemical elements as quartz and may yield similar industrial functions. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay, it's quartz. Quartz is good enough. Okay. Yay. Plenty of space to work. And a nice, smooth transition. Out of everything. Now then. You output 18 copper rods per minute. And we need more plates for our everything. We always need more plates. Always need more of everything. It's the way this goes. I kind of hope that we have like some foundations that don't require plates. That would be very convenient. So there's our overflow. I'll grab you. Grab all of you. Okay. So, we've got sheets, we've got rods, wire. Wire takes 18 to 30. Which means we need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I kind of don't like that stacky thing, so I'm gonna not have it again. I'm gonna eat a bunch of plates running this out. A little. Because I kind of want to just have a wall, not a wall, but a line of these constructors, and then we can do some funky feeding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gonna need cables. Because we're gonna need wires. We don't want all of this going into... We don't want all of this going into wires, because we're going to need rods. So I think we're going to do... We're going to build the 8, and then we're going to, like, nuke a couple of them towards the end. And they can become our... rods go back. Okay. So, we'll build all 8, though. Because eventually, I don't think we're... Eventually, we're going to outgrow rods, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you two get eaten. And then we can consider power from this side. Because I didn't plan it properly. Need more wire. Need more rod. Let's take a look at our wire output for a moment. So these are going to be 1 to 1. It's going to make 30. So 2 of these to a belt. Wow. And out of curiosity, when we get to the cabling, 60 to 30. Okay, that's going to be better. Okay. Let's see. 3, 6, 3, 6. I'm gonna let 4 of those go off, because that's gonna end up creating like 1 belt of these. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. I did that as 4. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Actually, I'm going to do it like so, because then I can run that down. Okay. Merger. Spit out this way. So that's, let's say, 20 output. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's too many. 2, 4, 6, 8. Need a bunch of Bear Mark II belts. This is probably not gonna go great. Yep, okay. We need a bunch of Conveyor Mark II belts. But hey, on the upside, we have wire going. And we just need cable. And we have plenty of space. This is great. I'm fine. You're fine. Everything's going beautifully. We just need a bunch of these. Which are going to need a bunch of rotors. You know what? We hit this until we use up all of our rotors. I'm sure I won't have any regrets of using up all of my rotors on Mark II belts. Totally. No way I will regret this decision. See, we're going to need rotors for other things, and I'm going to need to make them by hand, probably. Here's the sheets. Screws, rods, sheets. And these need to be tinned. I don't have excess tin. Gosh darn it. Where's the excess tin? Here's our tin. Tinners. Give me a bunch of tin. Thank you. We're gonna need to manually tin a bunch of sheets, and then... Oh, those tin sheets are copper, even. So that's not even... We didn't even grab the right kind of sheet. Well, we should have plenty of copper sheets. We aren't even sending them out anywhere yet. Yeah, and that's a Mark I belt worth of copper sheets. It's fine. Wait, 18, 24. I didn't queue you up. You're not actually doing anything. Ah, good enough. We still need the Mark II belts, which means we still need to tin these sheets. So we just tin them. Doesn't take very long, though. There we go. Hope that's not enough tin sheets. Because I get vibes. No, okay. This takes a little while. Feels painful to say goodbye to these rotors. Because rotors are so annoying to make. That's fine. It takes longer at each layer here. We're probably gonna need to just expand the iron production anyway. Like, we are very space constrained, but I don't think we're as constrained on space and foundations, so we may just want to build out a whole bunch more foundation over there. Give us a little more breathing room for our iron production. We're going to need more constructors for our concrete. We're going to need more smelters. We're going to need more crushers. We're going to need more sorters. More of everything. For now, let's get our copper rods over wherever we put them. I guess we're going to put them over here. Good, you're done. I can start to get rid of you. Probably get rid of all of you. And this entire thing's done. Okay. So, for this, we will need rods, wires, cables. I think I'm gonna... see, can we get you all the way over? No. Rip. Well, let's see how far over we can get with you. There we go. Rods are on their way. Good. Now we will have rods over there forever. Probably want to go and collect some extra plants in a bit. Just from a make sure we have enough power sort of perspective. Okay. So wire. 2 of these can become cables. 60 to 30. 30 cables a minute should be more than enough. You become another merger. For wires. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stack some conveyor poles and see if we can't bring out a very orderly fashion here. It's been 4 hours already. Wow. Also, I want to walk around to get here, so... Thank you. Is this sufficient, or do I need another stack halfway through? Perfect. What I want to see. Okay. So now I can bring things over nice and conveniently from each of these. Although, yeah, those don't have to be Mark IIs. We're only bringing a Mark I loads of each of these. And we have over here our wire. And then we have our cable. And that's our productions. The only thing we're not bringing over are our sheets. Our sheets produce 3060. Honestly, that's just logistics, merge. You thusly We need more screws for our plates. I actually think once the Mark II plates are, like, prepared, it's gonna be nice not to have all the screws. We're kind of barely producing enough screws, though, right now. Which I guess is nice. And we'll need one more of you. One more container. We need plates too. Oh, I forgot to make bus bars. That's another thing we need to bring over, our bus bars. We don't need bus bars yet, but we will, so let's add to our local copper bus. Rods. I'm being so greedy because I want to be done with this and moving on to the next section, which is going to be cleaning up my inventory, let's be real. Actually, this means we probably don't need all of this. I'm going to want to move you down to the bottom because that's the bus bars. Because that means that we're not going to actually be bringing as many over, because we're going to have to be turning some into bus bars. Okay. Bus bars. What's bus bar production look like? 24 into 15. And you produce how much? A lot. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna move you a little further down. We're gonna split you with a low eclipse. That's fine. Oh shit, we forgot to make bus bars. There we go. Okay, so that's this needs to be 2 for sure. Then this is 18. So actually, it is 18 times 4 minus 24. Should be fine. Yep, and then you produce 15 bus bars a minute. Okay, there we are! Copper production finished, finally! Is it efficient? That's fine, it's good enough. Is it perfect? No. Do I like this? Yes, that's cute. Comes it along to my storage. I'm gonna go gather a bunch of crud so I can make sure that my power is properly fed, because it's been forever since I've done that. And then we'll clear out our inventory, which will give everything time to run. And then we will expand our iron crushing floor and see if we can't get enough iron up to our production floor to make everything work, and also have some excess tin. So. So let's go make sure our power is getting properly fed. Then we can clear out our inventory and go from there. You are our wood. You are our leaf. We need a bit more than just that. Okay. We don't have enough stockpile for me to be comfortable, so we're gonna go do that. Go get a lot of stockpile. Whee! Ouch. Okay. Hopefully this provides enough for a bit. Okay. So, hub time. We have you. You're also pure, right? Yeah. So you're going to be what we're going to bring in. let's get our area all cleaned out. Which is going to mean just can crushing a bunch of kaolinite and then just processing away some of this gunk into more conveniently usable forms. Probably tinning a bunch of plates because we don't have access to tinned plates. Stretch. How is chat doing today? Okay, so there's that kaolinite. I think I'll just crunch out some concrete. We've got plenty of iron production on the go. We're gonna get more soon. You can get trashed. Not trashing the kaolite. That's new. We're gonna need to hold on to that. On. Leon. Okay. I could probably just dump this. Let's just dump this. I don't actually need to carry any of this. So, I will carry you. I will convert all of my copper rods into wire. No, I will not. That would be stupid. I'm going to convert the rest of this stack into wire. That'll give me enough wire to hold for now. Then I think I'll trash our iron and tin ores. I will grind out whatever I have to concrete and then trash the rest. Tin up a bunch of sheets. And then I don't think I need the ingots on me. So we have everything produced, so we have our feeds here. Don't need you. Tin up a bunch of sheets. I don't need these iron sheets. Let's just put the iron sheets away. Okay. Put our iron away. That's screws, sheets. Don't need so many sheets. Okay, let's put our gunk away. And then see if we can fit our miner there without having to move this walkway up to my base. You I probably want to process, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and manually process the biofuel. That's going to take a moment, but I want to have that done and sitting. Let's see if I can squeeze any of it in here. There we go. Here's what I can do. Hey, that's what I need those sheets for. Okay, now I remember why I need sheets. I put them all away and like, what do I even use sheets for? Foundations. I use sheets for foundations. That makes them important. But not, like, 12 stacks important. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a I'm gonna put over here another foundation and another little storage so that we can feed in excess. Then I don't have to myself, you know? Ta-da! And you can eat 120 per minute. We already have you at a Mark II. You can produce 60 a minute. You can produce 120 a minute. There we go. You can be a Mark II. So this is going to back up a lot. And you're never gonna produce 120 a minute. No, you'll eat 120 a minute. Well, that's... So you eat 120 a minute. And you only eat 60, right? Yeah, okay. So now we're belted to keep things properly flowing through. This is never going to eat from all of these at once. And then... yeah. Actually, it probably would be better if I had everything feeding into you, but I'm not going to worry about it. The backups don't matter. Okay, we have plenty of power. We have plenty of materials. Power should be fed for a while. Additional copper. Which is going to mean... improving this. Okay. This is all quite terrible. It's going to affect my copper production, but that's fine. Basically, everything in here needs to get torn up. We're gonna make this cleaner. I don't need to go past the crushers, though. Okay. So, number one. Goodbye to you, I'm sorry. You're cute, but you're actually not going to be what we want anymore. I'm not quite sure how we're going to get into places, but we'll burn that bridge later. Okay, I do kind of want to keep that settled. So I'm gonna run wires over like so on this side of the water. The water I want to leave open in case I actually need water here later. Okay, now I can remove these. Okay, and if I want to preserve the water, that is the water and the ore, that is basically the best I can do. I'm gonna let it do that. Okay. So. Another big miner over here. We can, in fact, pull it off. Woohoo! Standard bore head needs the miners, which we have in the chest here. If I'm entirely honest here, what I want to do is merge these. There we go. That's going to be double our ores coming in. And then we need 2 more crushers. And I will split you on the way in. Excellent. So there's our crushers. Crushing our ore. And then we have our wastes coming up. Merging out. Merging out over here too. Total amount is 25, 50, 75. Okay, so we are going to need Mark 3 after here. Mark 2 after here, rather. And we will go ahead and turn you around. Okay. And then you come out of here, 60 a minute, so we can't do anything super crazy here. You're all gonna go away. I don't even know that we're going to be doing our smelting down here. This might be all full of sorter. Productions. Sorters. Yeah, I think we're gonna sort here, and then I'm gonna conveyor pole in the middle. Like so. We're gonna need one more conveyor pole. Because we're gonna make 40, 80. 80 we can put on a Mark II, 60 we can put on Mark II. The iron we need 2 Mark IIs. Okay. Both of these ends go in. Good. So we're getting all of that into there. Now how do I want to feed you on up here? You the iron. So you need to go to that. Yeah, okay, so you're the iron. You also need to be that. Okay, so there's our iron belts. Good. Our that belt. How do I want to do this? I want a merger. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna not do that. We're gonna... Oh no, that's not what I wanted. You're not the one I wanted to remove. I'm sure that that's gonna cause problems later. Yep, and by later I mean now. Okay. Okay. Okay, our merger. archers. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3 of them. Can be good. Okay. And then you turn that way. Okay, those need to be further back if I'm going to do this. Here's our concrete. And then you... Excellent. Okay. 3, 4. Hmm. 40, 80. 40, 80. Yeah, no. That's too much. That 80 is gonna be a Mark II too. And then it's 60, 40, 80. Yeah, no, all of them need the Mark II. Okay. All of them need the Mark II. All of them have the Mark II. Okay. So that's going to bring us out here all of our goodies. We can bring our tin on over here. And we can bring our iron on over here too. Sure, bring everything over this way. Don't like that. That sounds like that looks like something went horribly wrong. Something went horribly wrong again. Okay. Good. And then our last one. This is a nightmare to build, but this is going to be much cleaner to look at, I think. Okay. So there's our production coming through. I'm going to need to clean you up on our way out, but that's next floor. Good. We have all of our stuff. Which is 60, 120 tin. 90, okay. Let's do this. 60 times 2, 120 tin. 90 times 2, 180 tin. And then 4 of those. 25 times 4 plus 2 times 40, 180. Concrete waste material. So, smelters. Tin eats 15. So we need 15, 30, 45. We need, oh goodness gracious, how much do we need for the tin? We're never even producing enough. Okay, we get 60 tin per minute out of this. 60 tin per minute is going to give a need 4, so we need 8 tin. We need 8 tin smelters. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and bring the tin over here alongside our concrete. Or we can bring the concrete over here. Let's bring the concrete over there. And then bring the tin along. And we'll have our splitter in alignment with our tin feed. Okay. So we need to think about tin. Tin needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 smelters. Where do I want to put 8 smelters? Somewhere along here. Let's see, we can get 3 out of here. And then we have our array. I put you there, do you connect? You do. Okay. So there's the start of our smelter array for tin. Actually, do you behave if I do as so? Yes, you do. Okay, good. And then this is gonna manifold down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Beautiful. No. All that just needs to be Mark 1. Okay. So these are going to eat 15 each. Let's start configuring them from here. These are my 10. They eat 15. I'm going to build backwards and determine when I'm going to be having enough coming through to require the Mark II. So 15, 30, 45, 60, right? 60, 45, 30, 15. Okay. So past this, we need our Mark II. Yay, we've connected power somehow. Okay. Tin is not the super important bit. Like, yay, we've got tin, but tin's not actually the important bit. Iron's the important bit. Iron's the important bit. We're gonna need like 2 floors of iron smelting here. Because, yeah, how much iron have we got coming through? We've got 180 iron. 180 iron is... Okay, we get 30 per out of this, so that's not too bad. So 180 iron is... well, 369. 369... 6. We only need 6 smelters to get all this iron smelted. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. In fact... This is my going out line is what I'm thinking of here. 2, 3. Okay, not splitters, mergers. Okay, so we have one of those there. Then if we get our smelters going here, two, 3, 4. Need more iron plates. We should have a gazillion iron plates over here. This is going to need to be concrete production. So we're going to need those, but just... I want to get iron going so that it can be producing that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. 6. And then mergers. You're all going to be producing 30 to 30. Three, 6. 6. 6. 9. 12. And then merger. Okay. That handles my outputs. My inputs now. We're out of marked drive belts. That's actually not good. We need those. Shit. Okay. We're gonna need at least 20 more of those. Let's go. Not that many. Because I don't want to do those. Rotors need... Let's see, rotors produce 2. 4. 6. We need some more copper bus bars, which we can make pretty quick. Okay, this isn't too terrible. And we know what those bus bars are going to be used for. And then... our... Okay. And now we can make all of these belt drives that we need. And we can get our copper running, our iron running again. And then we can get our concrete running again. And then we can look into everything. Okay. So you're going to do 3 of these. So I should probably do a load balancer, but we're just gonna manifold it. $30, $60. So after we've gotten it in, we don't need Mark II belts anymore. Wonderful. Then up here, we do need Mark II belts until there. That's fine. Actually, wait, can I bring you, like, down here to run in betwixt these? Not really. But I think I can if I start with you, bring you down, bring you through, there we go. Make those the appropriate speed to go through. And then we have our splitter again. The splitter's gonna have to run the other way. This is terrible, and I hate it. Let's go ahead and not worry about it. There you go. Problem solved. No one needs to see anything. No one needs to know that anything has occurred at all. And now I just need to figure out a way to get this all powered, which is also going to be like a chaining thing. And there's our iron. Except I don't want this on this side. I'm already committing some clip-ins on the other side. I don't want to commit even more, so... Okay. Now we have our iron going. Need to get our concrete. So we have 25, 50, 100, and 80. And we rebuild our foundations. We look at our constructors. Our concrete. 45. So if we go 180 by 45, that's 4 of them. Okay. Easy peasy. Actually easy peasy. Let's go ahead and put them this way. We'll need some cable. That's okay. If I can remember where the heck I put my copper stuff. It's right here. Okay. Probably should grab some wire. Should grab some cable. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. I don't think I need any of that, but it's probably fine to have some. Okay. Now what I don't know is how I balance this. But I do know that I just need to bring this over, so... Screws! And the reminder that our iron is off of production this entire time. We need more belt drives. Oh. I think I'm going to try and balance these belts somehow, and then just split them two for... Not quite sure how I want to balance the belts. I've never been good at belt balancing. But it's what we need to do. My mood is much improved over where it was a little while ago. Let's make 80 the Mark II belt drives. And I don't know. Get this concrete up and running, then plug in our iron into our stuff upstairs, which might need redoing too. But no, I think we had our problem upstairs was we just didn't have enough iron coming up, so we should be fine. Our tin upstairs is going to be dead, but that's fine. We can refigure our tin later. Okay, in fact, where's our tin? There's our tin. That is so much fucking tin. How much is it? 15? So 15, 30, 45, 60. I mean, it's just one Mark II belt. I think I'll just merge it all in. I'll just merge it all down. Just get rid of... Just get it done. This is not great. We're running low on plates. I really need to get everything up and running again so that we have everything getting stored again. Glad I didn't blow up all of my crushed ores. Oh, fuck. Now. We would have been in so much trouble. Okay, and then we're gonna be looking at what exactly? I don't know. Okay. 15, 30. Barb, what the fuck did you do? Okay. Something got fucked up along the way. Okay. So there we go. 15. 30. 45. 60. 75. 90. A little bit more. The rest. There we go. All the tin we could ever want coming through. Iron sheets. I have iron sheets. I have a lot of iron sheets over here somewhere. Okay. What did I do? Okay. So... splitter for the output. I'll mark 1. Okay. So then I want to merge into these splitters. With plates that I need to build. I'm going to split, merge, split. Okay. So I'm going to merge into these splitters. Mark 2 in. And then we're going to split into these. Like so. I need a bazillion more iron plates. Well, these are going to be Mark II. So you go there. And then... like so. And then we need even more of that. Which means we need even more 10 sheets and even more rotors. This is a little hectic and a little... could probably be cleaner. But... in fact, it absolutely could be cleaner. Let's not be wasteful. Let's clean this up. Okay. We absolutely bring you down. Okay. So we have our merge into you still. And our merge into you. That remains. And those merge in with Mark II. And then we split you thus. And then put a second splitter here. Bring you down. To stack high splitter. Need plates. Ingots, plates. That's okay, this is going to be a little bit easier, I think. This is just because I want to balance these belts. Because I don't think they come in cleanly. And then you get brought down here. Good. And concrete. Wonderful. How much concrete's coming out? 15, 30, 45, 60. We're not respecting the ore anymore. That's fine. We need a bunch more plates. And then we really need to just go plug the iron back in. We have some tin getting stored, which we're gonna have to do something with, or else it's gonna clog everything up. That's okay, I think our iron is gonna clog everything up before our tin does right now. When we get the awesome program, it'll be awesome. Haha. We don't need any fancy belts, we just need our mergers. 15, 30, 45, 60. 15, 30, 45, 60, 'm not supposed to have any left. No. Hi, Iron. Stealing from ya. So I can make enough plates that we can... everything. Once the iron's plugged in and we have goods flowing again, we'll worry about how to clean everything up. Because I do not like how our iron side of everything's coming into our storehouses. We can fix that in a bit. For now. You're concrete? Yes, you are. Yay, there's our concrete. And now our iron needs to get up to our iron. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a little tough, but I don't know. Once we get these belts up here, it shouldn't be that bad. We just need to figure out how we want to plug everything in, because we already have not had enough iron to manufacture everything, so we should be fine. Let's clear out some of this excess that we definitely don't need. Okay. So here we have tin. Get out of here, tin. We don't need you anymore. Okay. 3, 6, 9. Oh, we have so much. Okay, well. We actually need to make the belts. They don't just magically appear once I have the rotors. I actually have to make the belts. This should be more than enough to get this going. And our lift here. Actually, let's do some stacked bowls. Okay. So, let's see. 3, 6, 9 is what we're looking at here. So if I just bring you in and queue you down. 3, 6, 9. Let's split this again. Just because, like, I'm not sure that that's... Okay. Okay, fine, I won't split it again. We'll just run this Mark II down. And this is going to eat up and have so much left over. Okay. Because this is using 30, 60, 90 out of the 120. So we still have another chunk down here that we want to think about. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll just make one more plate constructor here. Because I am always running low on plates. And this here, our merger, I'll reassemble. This is going to take a while to crunch everything through. It's fine. And y'all are going to come through. That's fine. And you're going to be 246. Yay! And you're splitting then 246. Let's see. 60 by 2 is 30. Yeah. So we're still not producing enough for you yet, but that's fine. We're not producing enough for you. But we also have an entire unprocessed line of ingots. Which is great. Okay. So let's think what we need here. We need more plates for the sheets. Which means we need more plates for you. So how much are we producing pipe-wise? 15, 30 rods. Merged here and split. 10, 10, 10. You need 20. You need 20. So if we make 2 more of you... Basically, we just repeat this. We basically just repeat this on top. Just like that. Which is... how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Constructors. Which just needs a bunch more screws, which we've got. And then we'll need to make this suck less. But I don't know. It's getting there. It's getting there. We also need to improve our approach up there. But I do appreciate. I like where we are at a present moment. Okay. They are not happy with that. Okay. So we do need to foundation this. Okay. Constructor time. I think that's where I want it to be. Let's get a little closer. I had this problem with the other stack. I'm being very lazy about how I want to do this. Ouch. I shouldn't be lazy about how I want to do this, but I'm being lazy about it, and I kind of... Yeah. Okay. Because this don't have to be perfect. Okay, it lines up like that. There we go. And if I can just pin them all off of you, it'll be good. Ouch. Is this a good idea? No. Am I doing it? Yes. I want them stacked up the way that the other wall was, and I think this is going to be good. I just need to... not be stupid and fall off. Which I can make even less likely if I just give myself some space to work with. I forgot about the need for plates. Gosh darn it. Plates. Three, 4, 5. There we go. And logistics, splitter. No, you're wrong. You're right. Plates. Where? Guess we can start this going through, and then I can ride that up when it gets to be time. Okay. Fact. Now that I've got you there, I can just... You. Okay. And... yes, we're getting everything. Okay. And then your plates. Nope, you're not screws. Your plates. Okay, these two are rods. Rod. Plate. Plate. Excellent. Haha. And now, how do I want to bring these out here? Okay, you this is all gonna disappear and get rethought. Also, I need to actually connect you up to power. There you go. Okay. So first over here. Conveyor merger. And so that's going to be 15, 30, 60. Which can then come out here and be split. And this whole thing needs to go too. I don't like it. It's going to result in reorganizing and redefining what all that is, but that's fine. For example, you're not concrete anymore. It doesn't make any sense for you to be concrete. There you go. Come be concrete. Rods are there. Concrete is there. Rods are there. Concrete is there. I'll take a couple concretes. Gonna take a chunk of rods. Okay. Let's get back into working this mess out. Okay. So we've got the 2 and the 4, and then our 6 there. Okay. What I can do here now, what I want to do here now, I want 1, 2, 3, there's 5 goods leaving here. So there will be 5 goods leaving here. There we go. Now over here, we can have a merger spitting out this way. And then we can have another merger over here. And then we can have a splitter. And now we have 60 times 2 minus 40 is 80, so we do need Mark IIs here. It's fine. It's a little nick there. It's fine. And it's fixable by trimming you, trimming you. That's making you go up a little higher. Problem solved. Okay, so that's our rods and our plates, and then everything else is coming through here. So that's 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. We'll set something up like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, because apparently that bottom one clips. Yay. Missing screws. Oh no. We have plenty of screws. Okay. Screws will go there. Or whatever that is will go there. Whatever that is will go there. You will go there. Yay! It's less horrible. Your rods, your plates, your concrete. You are sheets now. So, wire, come with me. I have 2 things of wire. No. I'm silly. Put wire back. Okay. Sheets back. There we go! That is much better. It still looks horrendous, but we're now getting everything produced at basically full capacity. That's our early game done. Let's go early game. We're almost full on power after the early game. I love this mod. 6 hours! It took 6 hours to get to this. And having everything we need to proceed. Okay, well, not everything. We don't have tin. We don't have tin rods under automation anymore, and we don't have our assembler stuff. But let's see, we can get Windows, and we can get Blueprint Designer. We can get Bronze and Bio. We have all this extra stuff. Advanced Sorting, which will let us redo copper. Aren't we excited to redo copper? I kind of am. Foundries to alloy ingots together. At tier 2. And then we have advanced biomass, which lets us get algal mass and pipeline automate our burners. I am kind of excited for that. Smart plating we need. There's our awesome shop program. Mark 2. Blueprint Designer. And then that. Well, let's turn these out. Do I have? I do. Yay, Windows! So as far as, I'm still not happy with that storage solution. We need a better storage environment. And for that, I think we need to think about how we're gonna have our storage access. So I kind of want to box off a factory. We need the awesome shop is what I need. We need the awesome shop. The awesome shop will let us get wall holes. And wall holes will let us box off our factory more thoroughly. And control our in and outs. So we don't have that ugly stacked bus. Then we can think about where we want to have our storage and where we want to have our assemblers. I would consider this a basic factory. I think what makes this so nice is it's kind of hidden until the very end. So what I kind of want to do, I think, as far as storage, and this is not an immediate thing, I'm thinking about it. I want to establish sort of a new layer on this, maybe, where we have our storage. Run these down and under and up so they're just in our storage with, like, no visibility. Hi! Don't come fuck with my factory. And then we can put our windows and we can block it off and we can color code, you know. This is a good color for iron, but I want a different one for copper, even though they kind of fuse together.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Not a problem. What do I need for this? Tin sheets, rotors, tinned wire. I don't have the ability to make tinned wire, do I? I need bronze production to make tinned wire. I need more sheets. Yeah. Need more sheets so I can shove them into the thing. Now we're gonna need to make a bunch of plates. Sheets are over here now. What do I need in order to make all the plates? Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, and we want 20 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Lots of tin plates, lots of screws. Screws are easy to grab. There's our screws. Tin plates are going to need a lot of tin, which we'll grab from our tin hole. Don't even have any proper tin production. That's fine. I need more plates. Yay! So much plate production. I still feel like we're gonna run into an issue with tin because I'm not actually processing the tin. But that's a problem for future Barb. The very funny thing is, like, we're just gonna shove this all in. See what I need for tinned wire. I just want to handcraft my way to the awesome sink. I want that stuff. I want to be able to sink the tin. Like... It is so important to me that I'm able to sink the tin. Okay, what do I need to do to make tin wire? Just need that. That's going to be trivial. I need how much wire? 150? Let's just make 150 tinned wire, and then we'll check everything else. Queue it up, handcraft it. It looks like there's a bunch more plates and such, which I should probably automate, but I really want the sink to keep everything flowing, to get the holes that I need for my walls. And just be ready to go, you know? I think that's enough wire. It is. So we need... How many reinforced plates? 25 rotors. So where's my plates? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 26. 26. There should be enough wire out there for that already. We'll need a lot of plates, but we can grab plates. We'll tin up some plates, and we'll grab the wire. Wire's over here, right? Yes, indeed. Another chunk of tin. And then we'll get it going. Ba-do-ba-doo. And then we'll need to worry about tinning the sheets. And tinning the sheets is going to take 100 of them. We have 56 of them. The tinned sheets will... Yeah. Okay, so now we just get 100 tinned sheets, and that will give us our awesome program. And we'll initially be sinking tin, because we have so much excess tin. And I don't really have a use for tin at the moment. We have to actually make the rotors and everything. Whoop. We'll make the rotors, we'll make the plates. We'll get to the awesome stuff up and running. And then I think I will probably be done for the day. I have been playing for close to 8 hours. Not close to, like 6.5 hours, but long enough for me to be getting a little tired of doing the same thing over and over again. This is a game that is fun to sink hours and hours and hours into, though. sadly, I have a job now. I mean, joyously, I have a job now. I can pay rent. I'm not going to be homeless. Yay. But sadly, I can't just say, yay, I'll play more Satisfactory tomorrow. That's not an option anymore. Such is life. We'll jump all of this in. And then make sure we're feeding our tin in. Okay, so up.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Thank you for the thing. Okay. So we need more rotors. We need, in fact, 7 more rotors. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think that's about right. Okay, we need more copper bus bars, more tin plates. Let's wire bus bars. Tinned wire, tinned plate. Turns out you need a bit for this. Oh, we're gonna need a couple more screws, too. That's funny. And, on. Finish up. And tin up the plates. Okay. Awesome shop. Sits up here. Yay. I want to make sure before I get too far into this, you still have... Yes. Okay. Excellent. And we will come over here and get a sink. Yay! And I can also just kind of dump some stuff here. That'll probably be worth a little bit more. Now we have a coupon. Now we have everything set up for up through assembler necessities. So next time, clean up the upstairs, like, exit point, I think. Just straighten that out. I still don't like that. So, actually, no. There up you, so that we have a second story above this that we can use as a storage hub on par here. Reassemble our storage to be coming to our storage hub. Clean that up. Establish assembler structure wherever it needs to be. And yeah. Took 6 hours to get here. But that's, I don't know. When I first heard about Satisfactory Plus, the person who was doing it was like complaining that it was too complicated. And it's not that bad. Like, it gives a nice little extra bit to everything. So, like, yeah, it's a little complicated, but, like, let's see, what do we not have? We don't have sloppy glass. We don't have hand-crushed lauricite. We don't have sand, which comes from gangue, which I guess is going to come from lauricite. I guess we're going to want to get our lauricite online to get glass. So we need to get glass production. We don't need belts production, but that's assembler, so we don't have that. Tin plates, we don't have that. That's assembler. Tinned wire, assembler. We have iron wire, we have iron plate. Tin sheet, assembler. Iron rod, we got it. Screws, we got it. Rotors are assembler. Got the sheets, got the copper. Frames, assembler. Got the copper. Don't got the tin rods, but we also have so many tin rods. Right now the tin's just getting dumped. Which is maybe not what we should be doing, but we can fix that. We just need to assemble it. Beams we're not making, but that reads bronze ingots, which is our foundry, so we haven't done that yet. Same with plates. So we have assembler stuff, we have foundry stuff, and that's it. So let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then this is going to be an intermediary onto glass. 9. We have 9 elements to do. We have 9 things that aren't produced. Most of 3 of which came from this. So we have 6 things that we aren't producing, which are assemblers. Half of them are applying tin to other things. The other half are actual materials. 2 of them are actual materials. 3 are tins. And then... okay. Point is, it's not actually all that much. We have to set up a tinning facility to tin things up. Then we need to set up an assembler facility to assemble rotors and plates. We need to set up a facility to manufacture drives, frames, and then we have a foundry. That's it. It's not actually that bad. And the foundry is probably going to be over there because I imagine that we have a better, an advanced sorter thing to do that will require us to sort out our copper, which will give us, like, stuff we need to make bronze. And then if we need more iron, this is a very wealthy valley as far as materials, because right over here, unused, we have pure startrite. And we can't get it yet because we can't make bombs, but we have more pure right there. So that's another whole chunk of this. We have an algal mass. What are you? This is our next level of biofuel. This is our next level of power right here. I'm not quite sure how we use it, but... Clear it open. We can apparently pump that goop up. And power it. I do like that. There's probably more copper around here somewhere. I haven't seen it. There's peat. I don't know what peat is for, but we've got the potential of peat. And eventually we'll have to leave this little valley. But for now, it's fine. And I kind of want to grab what I can out of it before we have to go, so that we can go and lots of stuff can be made. And ideally, lots of stuff can be made and shoved over for convenient storage here. How's our power looking? Good. Oh, that's less good. Okay, that's pretty okay. That means we have a good store. Probably should go slice down a whole bunch more trees, though, and get this more confirmed up. Also, this is my house. My house should not be that. My house should be a horrible, garish pink. Is that the particular garish pink I want? That's the only one I've got. There we go. Lovely. Yay, girl. That's how we want it to be. Where's the space elevator gonna go? Because, like, if I weren't building so much, like, I'm thinking I'm gonna... Oh, we have some more resources. Before I go, let me check what we have over here. Over here we have... Is this even more iron? Even more iron. Pure. Okay. So this is another whole bottom floor. Like, all of the bottom floor of iron. The massive tin, the massive iron, the massive concrete. We can get all of that again here. So I may want to think about how to expand this more realistically. Like, I may just have to run down like a thin layer across the valley and just say, okay, we're gonna forget everything here. We're gonna make an endless chain of tin, an endless chain of concrete, and an endless chain of iron, and we're gonna run everything down. Probably still bring up the concrete, but, like, I don't know, fix it. We're gonna have to fix it so that we can support, because we can have 3 times as much iron component construction in this vicinity without having to leave the valley. And that will provide so much assembler potential. Oof. So I think next time we redo the iron again. Not up here, but like just down here. We're gonna line it out, and we're gonna think about making it more modular and extendable. No, actually, we don't. I don't think we have the capacity to. I think we are. We are near power capacity. Yeah. In theory, we can go higher, right? Because we aren't at full usage at any point of our life at all. But we only have a 30 megawatt wiggle room. I want some batteries so I can store this excess and then be a little bit more risky about it. Oh well, that's for future Barb. For now, let's see. Oh, I haven't character customization. Let's sloop. Have a... Oh my gosh, we can have cute goggles. Make my primary color... Yeah! There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's go see if we can get someone to raid into without crashing the stream. Do we have enough people to be worth running a raid with? No, it looks like everyone left. Well, okay. Farewell.